All right. Welcome to the 17th league playoff. We're in Stockholm. We have round one, and this is Jonathan on lands against Teodor on Jeskai Wizards. And can't say how happy I am to see those beautiful Rishadan ports and sphere resistances putting in some heavy work. Is that no sound from the playroom? Okay, good. So, all right, this is quite the pressure from the Lance player. Those basics are working overtime right now. But I see in Teodor's hand, he has a nice grip. I see another land in that hand. So we'll see what we can get here. Will we see a natural? Will we see a natural dark? Oh no, never mind. Jonathan should definitely have a goal to naturally make Marit. Ooh, okay. Great. Yeah, I was muted. I ran between the stream room and the broadcast room. Hopefully I got the decks they're playing correct. Just got a small look on the deck list. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. Teodor is one to love basics, which is quite responsible, as some would say. Yeah, he got some pressure on the board anyways. We'll see if he can do some combos with this little dog. All right. Brainstorms. Yeah. And adjusting the cost for the spheres. Yeah, drawing cards in this economy is expensive. Let's see if he's gonna cycle a Lorien reveal, it looks like. But if he's already, I'm not sure if he made a land drop or not. Maybe he's contemplating. Yeah, cycling Lorien reveal. Hire people. I do this for charity. Do you mean that you usually get something from this? And it was a deck list typo where one of the players' last name, I think, might have been auto-corrected to welfare, which is one of the funniest things. One of the best typos. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, is a vindicate for the Moses. Let my people go. No, Moxes. I guess it's just a typo, but yeah. All right. Seems like Teodor has unlocked a turn where he can use some more mana. Let's see how if he can translate that to something meaningful. Tapping a lot of mana. Let's see. Is he going for a Teferi? Yes, he is. Oof. Yep. Bouncing the Saga. Let my Moxes go. So yeah, hopefully we're gonna see a lot of juicy decks today. Stockholm is known to have a lot of spice. Okay. So, for someone who is not familiar with this deck list, that looks like maybe a free Strider Lookout. And let's see. Yes, it is. It's a free for free mana with reach. And whenever you commit a crime, you look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order, in a random order. And this ability only triggers once per turn. So yeah, I had to do a reader because sometimes you see cards that that I'm not super familiar with. Oof. Big play. Yeah, he got the big buy one, get two deal there. Killing the creature and destroying an artifact. Any chance to see an Alluran and tell? Yeah, that deck is pretty crazy. All right. So this is something we're seeing. Rishad importing, and then now we have the combo. But can he go for it? Tricky. Should he go for constructs? So an attack here would suggest that he has an answer to Marit. But I guess like holding it back would not do much either, since Jonathan can create Marit and bounce Tameo with the Caracas. But I would assume that the that the master wizard over there has a plan for this. Oh yeah, that's one answer. Oh well, a temporary solution. So it looks like he's creating a construct, bouncing failure. What to get here? Boots, yeah, makes sense. Also good to threaten a quick Marit down the line. We'll see if Teodor's probably packing a lot of what is that card? The beautiful, beautiful blue red quote unquote Colligans command. Oh, he's going in. Big play here. Yeah. Yes, it should have been a skateboard. 100%. Right. Yeah, Morit dropping some sick tricks. Okay. Ooh. Do my eyes deceive me? No, it was a wasteland. I thought it was this beautiful land that creates zombies. And I was like, what is Jonathan not packing? All gas. Loam. A life counter would be tricky to set up. I'm sitting in a different room, and yeah, I think even just the standings in the game wise, would be tricky. Um, but yeah, maybe I'll get good and sort it somehow. But all right, he's putting in some beats. Not the type you eat. Yeah, Felia is gonna be a good boy for Theo here. We'll see. Yep, it's brutal. Felia is so good. But it has the makings of a very good boy. Oof. Let's see. That's a lot of mana. Ooh. Yep. That'll do it. Game 1 goes to Teodor. Okay, so let's look a bit at their sideboard options. So now the Jonathan for the land sideboard is packing 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Dismember, 3 Disruptive Flutes, 1 Fairy Macabre, 3 Force of Vigor, 2 Chokes, and 2 Torpor Orbs. So I would guess that Torpor Orb could perhaps be a good thing. Chokes I would definitely look at. Maybe Dismembers, but it always feels well, it can feel a bit awkward boarding in spot removal. Oh yeah, yeah. Freffy, right in that Theodore has an uncanny way of playing lands every turn, but that's because he is a control master. He just conjures lands into his hand. It, then it just works his magic from there. Okay, so from Theodore's sideboard, he's looking at 2 Wrath of the Skies, 1 Rest in Peace, 1 Lavinia, 3 Consigned to Memory, 3 Pyroblast, Surgical Extraction, a Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Disruptive Flute, and 2 Damping Spheres. So I would guess that, well, Wrath of the Skies could potentially be a good card to bring in here. Destroying artifact, creature, and enchantments is pretty nice. Would have swept a lot of things that match. Anything from Moxen to spheres, constructs. Well, technically it destroys Marit, but you have to work hard to actually have it destroyed. Right. Let's see how the gents are feeling about their 7. Quite happy. Caracas. The Saga. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Fetching before the needle hits the the battlefield. It's a good move. been on the wrong side of that interaction. Getting his mana set up. Those are some beautiful basics. Teodor's side of the table. Yeah, there's the dog. I think he just gained too much value and stopped too many things. So Jonathan felt that perhaps he has a better chance in game two. It looked pretty grim. Um, he did have a very big turn though, but Teodor was prepared. Oh yeah, Delia instead of swords to plowshares, force of will maybe. My old my old eyes didn't catch all the cards, but okay. It's going for a loam. Oh, force of will. Yep. We have a wasteland. Yep. If you sit on your hands for 9 turns, it's gonna get tricky to beat the control player. But this is sort of the direction that Jonathan has constructed his land stack with Rishadan ports and things like that. This is sort of almost like a control standoff type of game, but I think it's on Jonathan to close it early. Yeah, now he has the constant pressure of having to deal with the Felia to not lose his Mox Diamond. See if he dredges. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, we got tricks. Flame of Honor, putting in heavy work. Quite the advantage. I mean, it's a pretty good card. Let's see what he goes for here. 3 mana. We have a choke. That's gonna leave a mark. Tamio getting in for a good 0 points of damage. Yep, he has the solution. Prismatic ending. What will he go for? Probably a loam. Picking up Port and Saga. Place the Saga. And place an Exploration. Very nice. The boys popping off. Yep. Flip that Tamio while the getting is good. We have a price of progress fan in the chat. Yes, that would indeed hurt. But it's one of those cards you kind of want to marinate on. Because you're always eager to get 2 extra points in. But okay, let's see. Jonathan Dredges. Is that an ancient tomb? Okay. Wasting a Volk. Loaming. To get the tomb and wasteland. Yep, get those out of there. And now we're looking at a bit more pressure going on from Jonathan. Still a pretty stressful board state here. We have the Felia end of turn. I suspect we're gonna see an island, maybe plains number 2. Yeah, an island. Fetching duels doesn't seem super hot right now with the exploration loam wasteland romance going on. Jonathan, he's cooking. Yeah, get that dog out of there. Caracas in this matchup has so far been pretty good. Kind of reminds me of that water sprinkler you use to tell your animal that there have been a bad dog, bad cat. Caracas is just squirting water on Felia, telling it to go back to the grip. Oof. I think Theodor felt that he could have even more cards in his hand. So picking up one of his engines there. Let's see if he makes the play to loam. Tamer is pretty brutal. It's a few matchups where it's bad. But yeah, it's we'll see next time. Is it the most played creature in Legacy? Who knows? Yeah, those are some pretty good blue-black tempo cards. Bowmaster and Murktide. Tamio's siblings. I think we're getting rid of Tamio. Looks like a good chunk of 4 damage coming at Teodor, and the construct solving We have a Ghost Quarter. Spooky stuff going on right now from the land side. Few things feel as rough as getting completely quartered out of a game. Not sure if we're gonna see that here, but this is a good way of potentially getting rid of planes. Yep. Get that construct out of there. Still quite a respectable pressure that Jonathan is putting on this game. It's looking a bit more promising for our Lance pilot. I feel like I'm jinxing it really hard right now, but we'll see. So today will be a 5-round Swiss with a cut to top 4. There is no lunch break, so we're gonna have non-stop fun. Speaking of Marit Lage on a skateboard, here we see Tamio doing some very nice flip tricks. Flipped into the Planeswalker version, and if I know Teodor correct, he's gonna minus and pick up that beautiful Flame of Anor if he has one in his graveyard. We'll see. Boy is cooking with a full grip. Yeah, he just keeps loaming. Oof. Yeah, we have a force of negation. Theodore says, get that out of here. He's not feeling it. But Jonathan is feeling it. Yep. It's Tamio down to 2. 2 artifacts. And a little bit of extra help from the boots, but Tamio's plus says, please go a bit lighter. He's gonna tick up again. Is it a Teferi? Yes. Very much is. So I would suspect him to bounce the construct and pay mana for it. Yep. Yeah. Revealed. Get some more gas. Whew. Yeah. Theodor's popping off right now. This is looking pretty grim for our Lance hero. For all the Lance fans out there, if he doesn't start cooking with anything soon, it's gonna be a rough day. Let's see what tricks he has. I think both the needle. I think he also dredged a map down to his graveyard, so his options could be maybe Shadow Spear if it's still in the deck, or a Mox. Yeah. In 2026, Mox is dog food. if Felia is around. I think maybe gotta see if Felia actually can do that. Not a Felia. Non-land permanent. Felia is a good dog. That is correct. Premium dog food, yes. I mean, only the best for our favorite pupper. Yeah, we see choke number 2. Oh, yeah. That's gonna leave a mark. Yep. We have Saga trigger. Jonathan keeps the pressure up. Let's see what he chooses to get rid of here. Attacking the Teferi doesn't seem super bad. So depends a bit on the life total of these gents. Yep, get the Teferi out of here. And now I guess that we're gonna see a port. No, yes. We have the Strider. Yeah, this is a really interesting situation. Bouncing Felia. Getting a stage. Yep, we're going to game 3. Jonathan made it happen. Put on the pressure. Let's see if any adjustments are going to be made to the sideboard. That was a brutal choke. We had the decision to either bounce Felia or port down one of the lands that would allow Teodor to play the ending. But I guess that his life total was starting to look maybe a bit low to make that meaningful. We'll see. We have 2 mulligans. Looks like the players have picked up some speed, so I guess that they are getting closer and closer to time. If I was a professional broadcaster / commentator, I would know how much time is left in the round, but you do not have that privilege today. I think the round started 11:15, so 10:45. So if that is the case, they've been playing for around 40 minutes. So we'll see if it's 40. Oh, oh, what a grip. Yeah, what Freffy said about Teodor's ability to make sick land drops. I guess this is where the journey ended. GG's. Congrats, Jonathan. We will join you for round 2. All right, we are back for round 2. So the feature match is between Björn and Andreas. And this is a spicy one. It's Stiflenought against Goblin Food Chain. So yeah, this is two of my favorite players in the scene because they never fail to deliver fun times. Right. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Stockholm, Sweden. It's a perfect opportunity to sit inside and play some cardboard. All right. Do we have keep? Yes. Multi 5 appears like. Might have missed the beginning because I was trying to get the stream working. The not being a super stream savvy guy, it's always a bit of an adventure. Oh, Hofverberg, the hope he's doing it. Turn 1 lackey. Yeah, let's see if Björn is sitting on some stifles to save his game 1. Good morning. Yeah, I don't think that goblin is lacking in any way. Yep. Turn 1 lackey on the play. Something special about that. Don't you agree, chat? Brings a tear to my eye. So beautiful. Yeah, let's see if we have a let's see if we have a stifle here or if we're gonna have something nasty going on. If that would have been a port, I think I would have lost my shit, but it's not. So we're already at. Oh, it's connecting. Woo! Yep. That's a matron. I think we're gonna see some fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Squee and a food chain. Beautiful. Yeah, I think Björn kind of have to brainstorm for a force. No, Dace will also do it. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe we have some simian spirit guide shenanigans going on. Which I doubt. I do have the deck list, so I don't have to guess actually. It does not look like we'll have such adventures today. It's one hell of a start of a game. All things considered, I think a lackey connecting on turn 2 and putting in a matron is one of the friendlier friendlier outcomes that can happen, but following up with a food chain, it's pretty scary for sure. noble, and no land drop. So hitting for 2, getting the beats in. What to put in? Slingshot Commander is the name of that beautiful goblin. Sling Gang Lieutenant. Apologies. Yeah, it's not an even distribution of permanents in play. It's smaller things have stressed people out in the past. But yeah, this lackey has just pulled its weight 10 times over. Freffy with a hot take. But I mean, what about the land situation? And it would need a second land. Swords to Plowshares pointing his finger at Mr. Slinger. Is he mathing? Yeah. Takes him down. Oh. Big healthy hit. Oh, yep. And also a pretty fast game 1. You know, on commentary, I'm always happy to see a turn 1 lackey get to connect. Takes me back to when I got my ass beat by goblins. Shout out Sandro, who has definitely put the most goblin hurt on me lifetime. Stockholm Goblin Master. Oh, he's back to play. That's great. Yeah, I ran into him in town, and he said he was bringing it back. So that's great news. Okay, so they are sideboarding. So let's take a look at that. For the goblins, we have 3 Carpet of Flowers, 2 Lightning Bolt, 1 Pyroblast, 2 Red Elemental Blasts, 1 Masked Vandal, 2 Null Rods, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Goblin Trashmaster, and 1 Fury. And from the Stiflenought, we have 2 Clarion Conqueror, 3 Consign to Memory, 2 Force of Negation, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Lavinia, 2 Triumph of St. Catherine, 2 Wrath of the Skies. That's a pretty balanced sideboard. Let's see how they want to address each other's decks. Definitely a pedal to the metal type matchup. both. Yeah, Wrath and Trash Master. Trash Master is gonna be a house. Trash Master is a free for 4 mana. Goblin Lord. Well, actually, it's a Goblin Warrior creature type, but it has the Lord effect, so other goblins you control gets +1/+1. And then it has this little text that says sacrifice a goblin, destroy target artifact. Yep. Gotta respect the heavy beats that Björn is packing. Okay. They are prepared for game 2. That was also on a mulligan to 5 for Björn, which definitely doesn't help. Yeah, we are mulliganing again. Andreas looks quite happy with his 7. Oh well, I'm not sure if he's happy, but he's keeping it. I'm not one to. Well, he has a good poker face, and I can't even see his face, so I would have to double guess if he's happy, but he's keeping his 7. Yeah, let's see if Björn can keep more than a 5 this time around. Maybe it's Andreas, the Hope, Hofverberg's cutting game that's too strong. He's cutting all of the good cards to the bottom. Yep, turn 1 Tamio. But it's a pretty decent card. It's been featured in both rounds so far, but only by 1 deck per match. I think also that there is a pretty big non-blue count here today. So we've seen, when I was scouting a bit, I saw some beautiful Eldrazi players bringing the heat. Looked like we had an energy deck maybe. It was the end of the game, so I can really tell, but let me know if you want to see a specific match later on. Any Green Sun Zenith decks? Not that I saw. So when I did commentary last round, it was one of the last games of the rounds. I think most people had wrapped it up, but as a green loving wizard myself, I would love to see some green representation. So hopefully, oh, Andreas is moving in. Is he about to get dazed? Yep. Big play. So I think that is the Thrall or whatever it's called? Gatekeeper sounds maybe. Yeah, we have a Gatekeeper Thrall in play, which means that artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger, which is on its own pretty good. Pretty good in this matchup. It's gonna say no to a lot of goblin triggers, but I would suspect that. Oh, big boy. Björn is looking a lot more dangerous this game. It's a lot of pressure. He's fetching. Is it a Trash Master? Nope. It is not. Yeah, I think we're about to see some fireworks. I think we're also going to see a double wasteland. Yep. Back to the Stone Age. We have a Ponder. Treffy with violence. He was gonna show up with Omni Show with 6 pieces of discard in the main. That's diabolical and beautiful. Shame that you couldn't make it. And it looks like Björn has picked up a copy of Force of Will, which is gonna make this game very hard to turn around. Yeah. Doesn't look great for the Hope. I think we might be taking this party to game 3. But it's also the Hope. You can never count him out. Well, now you can. All right. So that was a very different game. That Thrall turn was brutal. Not only stopping the onslaught of the small lackey, but also setting up to get the Dreadnought into play and being able to daze. That's a pizza with everything on it. Pineapples even. Which is a staple here in Abomination Pizza Land, Sweden. You are tuning in to Stockholm Legacy and the playoffs. This is the 17th season playoff. We are in round 2. Moving to game 3. We'll see if they can pull off any tricks. It's always exciting to see a food chain deck. There's some nasty tricks you can do with Fury. Or as they say in Germany, Wut. which shocked me when I learned was the name for Fury in German. Okay. Andreas has presented his deck. We are moving into game 3. If there are any green Sunsen decks around, so I'm gonna go and scout for some. Based on what I've seen so far, I haven't seen a green sun deck, but I was also commentating one of the games that were the longest last round. So I think this round, I would be shocked if this is gonna be a slow roll game 3. I've been wrong before. I might have jinxed it now, but I'm gonna go and scout and see if there are any green sun decks. So what's your favorite green sun deck besides elves? Chat. Cradle Control maybe counts. It's a sweet deck for sure. I know that. Yeah, I know that Runkor has a very strong history with that deck. Looks like a lot of Legacy League 5-0s. That's very impressive, for sure. Magnus is probably playing Green Sunsen if, yeah. Here we have it. The turn 1. Oh. Tamio has joined the party. Pretty good blocker against our favorite goblin. Yeah. Being an O3 creature, it's pretty brutal. I picked up a Swords to Plowshares. It's gonna make our little champion, the lackey, probably not be able to commit. So for the lackey fans out there, bad news. Not only do I not know the time of the rounds, but I also don't know what my co-host of my podcast brought today. So I'm a bit of a bad co-host to him and a sloppy commentator. But for you, I'm gonna see if I can scout some green sun decks and be more proper knowing the time. But for this round, I don't think time's gonna be an issue. Tamio is packing as usual. And this is getting, oh, okay. That's one way to do it. Does he have is that a Muxus in his hand? I'm not sure, but if it is, I think it looks like Andreas has 6 mana. So if you want to go for big play, but he could also just straight up cast a Fury. I think that is a Muxus. I'll see. It's gonna be a nasty game for sure. Ooh, shushers, yeah. Pretty decent. So yeah, this is the Hexing Sculpture. This spell can be countered, ward, pay to life. Spells you control can't be countered, and other creatures you control have ward, pay to life. It's a Muxus. It's pretty big boy. Yep. Do my eyes deceive me? But it looks like Andreas might have exhausted his hand. Yeah. Tamio doing Tamio things. Digging for one of those. Yep, there is a Dreadnought. It's gonna be trouble. Yep, that's a pretty big boy. This is looking pretty grim. Not only do we have a Thrall in play and a Tamio at 8. Yeah, this is gonna have to be one hell of a surveil. Okay, let's see. Yeah, carpet is not it. I think the best card to top deck here would probably be the Trash Master, but it's starting to look real dark. Getting in with homies. Big swing. Yeah, I'm just gonna draw half of his deck. $22 cards, if I saw correctly. Yep. It's a non-zero amount of forces and a dreadnought. Yeah. I think we are about to see a concession, but can never count the hope out. Yes, yes, yes. GG's. Björn takes it down 2-1 against Andreas on Goblin Food Chain. I'm gonna go and scout some Green Sun decks. So I will see you again for round 3. All right, friends, we have round 3. This is between Viktor on Ursatron and Robin on Bant Beans. We do have a Green Sun Zenith deck in the room, which is 2-0. But I couldn't put them on the stream because they just their matchup just played on the stream. But I'm gonna squeeze them in, force it next round. So we're gonna get some Green Sun Zenith action for all. Yes, it's Magnus. So Magnus is 2-0 with, let's see, with Rock Maverick, Cradle Control-esque. Maybe it's just straight up Cradle Control. I'm haven't seen the deck list, but if someone tells me that it's Rock Maverick and I saw Cradles and Green Sun, I'm gonna call it. Yeah, I'd probably call it Cradle. So yeah, I do have the complete junk. I do have the complete spread of decks that are playing this tournament. So we have Ursatron, Jeskai Wizards, Bant Beans, Yorion Taxes, Saga Storm, Goblin Food Chain, Lands, Eldrazi Aggro, Blue Black Energy, and then we have a breakfast deck. Blue White Breakfast, Blue White Stiflenought, Blue Green Omnitel. Then we have the Black Green Maverick. We have another Bant Beans player. We have a Red Stompy and White Red Initiative. So that's what's on today's. Oh, did I say blue black? White black, sorry. It's all of these letter combinations, just reading them from start to finish made this old man's head spin. All right, so we have a Felia and a Tamio on Robin's side, and Viktor has put down his Trinisphere, which is quite a saucy card. Yeah. The energy cards in white would be very spicy not to play, but so yeah, that does not make a lot of sense. So if I said blue black, that's in a dream world where we feel we don't have enough. We feel that we don't have enough blue black in the meta. But if we look at today's spread of decks, there is a very healthy mix of decks, and it does not look like we have any Demir tempo joining us. So that's cool. Yeah, Robin is getting his Tri-land from the Lorien revealed. Now we'll see if Haga is going to be up to no good. Yep, it's 6, 4 mana in the pool, 7. We have a Eugene. Yeah, that's it's a card, all right. Jesus. Mama. Yep. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes it just happens. That was a very brutal game one. Lasted a whole 3 turns. That's I don't even know what to say. That was a great display by Viktor why this deck can pull a hard punch. He got his mana set up so fast in the beginning with a candelabra and just setting up that Tron action immediately. Yeah. I mean, 7 mana for 3 mana. I mean, free has 2 meanings here because the mana definitely looked free in that last match. Viktor is on his build your own omniscience, but actually use mana game plan here, which unfortunately for Robin meant that he got banned to the Shadow Realm quite quickly. And Eugene, I'm never gonna stop saying Eugene instead of Ugin, because I think Eugene brings the drag, gives it a bit more personality. You know, Eugene is someone you could have a pint of beer with, but Ugin, I don't know, not so sure about that one. So yeah, let's take a look at the sideboards of these gentlemen playing here. So for Robin, he has 1 Lavinia, 1 Triumph of Saint Catherine, 3 carpets, 3 consigns, 1 deafening silence, 1 graph diggers, 1 null rod, 2 wrath of the skies, and 2 force of negations. I guess that we're gonna see quite a bit of sideboarding here. It's a lot of really good cards in his sideboard. Looking at Lavinia, it's definitely a good one. Consigns, deafening silence, null rod. Wrath of the Skies, I'm not sure if this is the matchup for that. Maybe someone who is a bit more well versed of the Ursatron deck could tell me if you would bring that in. But looking at the Ursatron deck, we have an Ensnaring Bridge, 2 Dismember, 1 Disruptive Flute, the One Ring, Pearlier Snare, Mycosynth Lattice, 2 Fair Macabre, a Crypt, Liquid Metal Coating, Paradox Engine, and 3 Argentum Masticore. So I guess a lot of those cards are good to keep in the sideboard since he is rocking everyone's favorite creator, Chile Con Carne. Packs a full playset of Karn the Great Creator, which, if nothing spells out trouble like Karn and unlimited access of mana, I don't know what does. So we're getting into game 2. Let's see how any adjustments have been made on Robin's side. We can see a Murktide, some lands maybe, yes. Is that a consign? Might be. Whew. Chalice for 1. Yep. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Fortunately for... Ooh, yeah, Lavinia has joined the battlefield. I think it's non-creature spells. So, Lavinia, Saurius Renegade is a 2/2 for a white and a blue legendary creature human soldier. Each opponent can't cast non-creature spells with converted mana cost greater than the number of lands that player controls. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. So this is a pretty good Eugene stopper. Can I tell Eugene that you gotta be a bit more fair about your mana? It's also a pretty good way to stop potential dismember shenanigans. Yeah, one ring stopper, Karn stopper. What is that? Is that a Tesseract? Uh, oh, it's for free mana. Yep, that'll do it. It's just what the doctor ordered. Yeah. Big play from Robin, getting to put that chalice down to 0 when it gets blinked in again. So now we're gonna see if Viktor will be able to do anything. He does have a 4th land in his hand, which is pretty meaningful in this situation. Thinking about what to do. All right. Will we have... Okay. Robin is firing on all cylinders right now. He played a Deafening Silence, followed by a Tameo. I guess we're gonna see a One Ring here potentially. Kozilek's command targeting Lavinia. Pretty good one. Yep. Bad news for Robin. which means that the deck is now unlocked. Yeah. Pointed at deafening silence, but Walking Ballista does not care. Non-creature spells only. Robin is definitely in a tight spot right now because although he put on some heavy action, a lot of hate cards, we have reached the part of the game where Victor Haga has unlocked his mana and is just probably sitting on gas. So this is going to be, we're probably going to see some fireworks real soon. Four mana, one ring. Looks like Robin has picked up a consign. Maybe had it from the get-go, but yeah, I think this is a consign-worthy spell. That was Victor's non-creature spell for the turn. Ponder. Let's see if he likes what he sees here. Let's see some lands. What is that top card? Was it a Leyline Binding, perhaps? We'll see. This has been a pretty non-bean demonstration of the bean decks. Murktide. Put the hurt in the dirt. 7/7. If my eyes did not deceive me. Yes. Pretty big board. Still not big enough to make it a 2-turn clock. I think that. Okay, Victor picked up another land, and that might be a Eugene once again. Yep. Ooh, yep. That's a rough one. Nice. Using Eugene to add mana, and then he plays a Masticore. So this is Argentum Masticore. And the Argentum Masticore is a 5/5 creature artifact, Phyrexian Masticore for 5 mana. First strike, protection from multicolored, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you have to sacrifice it unless you discard a card. And when you discard a card this way, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the mana of the discarded card. So there's a non-zero chance that the deafening silence is not gonna stick around for too long. Depends. I guess this ley line binding is gonna have an opinion about what to target. Would be pretty shocked. Yeah, get that Eugene out of there. Now we've reached the problem where if Viktor has an expensive spell, the Argentum Masticore can just eat up that ley line binding. We'll see. Yep. To confirm. Yeah, I think Eugene is the only card that's expensive enough to do the thing. But I guess then maybe you would just cast it instead. All right. So he discards a dismember to destroy deafening silence. Yep. Woo! It's a pretty good card. Robin definitely has to get something going quite quickly. Oh, finally see a bean stalk. Cycles, Lorien revealed. Yep. We have a, let's see. So we have a Quantum Riddler in play, the Big Sphinx. So now we are in danger territory. Looks like Haga has picked up 3 lands, which is might become an issue here. The Riddler's 4/6 with flying, pretty big beats. See a ponder. Yeah, I think taking 5 against this deck sort of feels that when you're losing against Ursatron, 5 damage is not really going to be the thing that keeps you in or out of the game. But now Viktor is starting to get some potential issues here. One Ring is drawing a bunch of cards, but he needs to find action, and that's a lot of mana in his hand. Yeah, pays free mana for a key. Good. I probably think that Robin should force this. I think the way he loses this game is, yeah, is if Viktor gets to draw extra cards. So he just needs to keep him resource starved, which is one sentence I didn't expect to say when a One Ring is in play. Ooh, ooh, that's a card. Null Rod. I think, yeah, I think we are going to game 3. Yep. All the mana in the world. Very nice. Game 2. Now we're gonna move into game 3. Argentum Masticorse from the sideboard looking quite good. Core, let's see. Yeah, destroy non-land permanent. So this is a very good way to get rid of null rods, Lavinias. Well, pretty much this is the anti-hate card. Pretty nice, respectable body. Also love to see protection from multicolored. One of the best multicolored cards in this matchup is not multicolored at all, which is the Leyline Binding. It's only pseudo multicolored, but yeah, having Lavinia not being able to block is not nothing, but if you're blocking with, if you would block with Lavinia anyways, you have other issues. So yeah, let's see who will take down game 3. Being on the play as Ursatron is can be quite explosive. Viktor's packing a lot of mana. Right. Yeah, we see a lot of action, and we almost saw Robin's hand, but gotta give gotta give them some love for showing us their hands, so we get a bit more information about how the following turns might look. Yeah, the Mastercore play could have gone all sorts of wrong in a lot of different scenarios. But it also feels like if he would draw an if he would have drawn an Ugin, that would have been quite brutal. We see a force of negation here from Robin. What does he pitch? Murktide. He says, "Who needs a clock? I don't have lands anyways." Oh, now that's a clock. Might not look like it, but I've been clocked by Tamio a couple of times. Okay. Robin attacks and creates a token and fetches. Fetches a Tundra. Will we see a Bean? I guess Lavinia would be the most brutal card here. Yep, and there it is. Are we gonna see a Tesseret again? Oof. Pretty good. Viktor has unlocked a lot of mana. I think we're gonna see one ring, yes. Starting to look pretty grim. See what Robin can do. Did my eyes deceive me, or was that it's a fetch? I thought it was perhaps a wasteland, but not that wasting the Nexus feels great right now. Due to the One Ring, feels like you're pretty much gonna hit land drops regardless. So mana is probably not an issue for Viktor here. So this is round 3 of the Stockholm Legacy League finals. This is the playoffs. 16 players playing 5 rounds. Then we have a top 4. Robin fetches. There is the Tamio flip. Anders. Looks like a leyline binding, maybe. Definitely a beanstalk. It's going to be one of the ways that Robin can bring this back is getting a very strong bean economy and hoping that the One Ring kills. kills Viktor. Ring and Ancient Tombs aren't free, but let's see. He's pondering some decisions here. He's gonna play a Grim Monolith, maybe. Get even more mana out there. Yes, he is. I think Robin is sitting on a consign. We have Karn. Robin has a consign. I think yes, fired off. See if Robin will minus the Tameo to pick up that consign again. Doesn't feel terrible. No, there we go. Oh, oh, Kozilek's command to exile consign, and I think maybe Lorien reveal or something, or force a negation or something. Regardless, pretty rough. Ah. Viktor's crying, drawing a card. Yep. Ring is out of there. Trinosphere. It's a pretty massive Kozilek's command. So Viktor would like to scry and create some homies, I think. Would make a lot of sense, seeing that there are no real good modes besides it. Whew. Youch. Yep. We have the handshake. GG's. Well played. This means that Viktor is now 2-1 in the tournament and Robin is 1-2. So next round, I'm going to see if I can get some Green Sun Zenith action on stream. Until then, see you round 4. All right, we are back for round 4. Due to popular demand, we have now Cradle Control, Magnus playing against Alexander on Breakfast. So this is round 4 of 5 in the Swiss of the Stockholm Legacy League finals. This is the 16 players who qualified and was not sick. Shout out to Freffy. So yeah, this is gonna be a, I think, quite volatile game. If Magnus can't lock it up early, Alexander does play a very fast combo deck. And yeah, now the Breakfast decks has lost Nadu, which necessarily doesn't make the deck unplayable. It's just a bit more combo centric now. Doesn't need to go for a longer game plan. So this is gonna be, I think for both of these players, might be an opportunity to win and then draw next round. See. All right. So see a fetch. Let's see if we have if they know what the other one is playing. We might see a fast combo attempt. See if this is a Ponder or Shuko. Oh yeah, or the actual best one drop. Yeah, we see a turn 1 Tamio. It's pretty good. I've heard rumors and whispers in the dark about this card. Apparently, it's known to put a lot of hurt in the fair hearts of Magic players, blue or non-blue. You see a Bayou. Yes, due to popular demand, had to make chat happy. I have still not fulfilled my promise that I made 3 rounds ago about being aware about time. And I intend to keep on being blissfully unaware about how much time the players still have. I would suspect this match to be not super long, but we'll see. Tamio is pretty good at slowing games down. Yeah, we have skateboard. Do we have access to deck lists? Narcomoeba. That was a pretty cute setup. I don't think that we have access to deck lists. I do, but yeah, I can answer some questions if you're curious about the configuration of the Cradle Control. Main deck bog. We do have a main deck bog. So that's gonna pair pretty nice with that white Oh wait, am I thinking about the wrong reliquary? Yep. No, for a land card, no. It's just that it sacrifices creatures. So yeah. It's probably gonna feel pretty good if he gets to untap with his white. Which, yeah, I would suspect is the case here. This is definitely a good start for, oh well, definitely. I'm no expert, but it's definitely a respectable start for the Cradle Control deck. Now he has an active white. So unless he draws his bog, should be pretty happy. Okay. Looks like Magnus is. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Swing at Tamio. It's that one to be gone. From what I can see, it looks like Alexander has a copy of Fasa's Oracle in his hand, which kind of uh, kind of disrupts the bog plan a bit, because you can still just win by casting it. So yeah, we'll see. Fewer valence can. The new welder combo card. Okay, I gotta. So what is the name of that card? Is it sewer valence? I guess that doesn't sound. So I guess it's a surveil card, maybe. Oh, it is. It is a card. Sewer valence. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, yeah, that's pretty sick. Enters or leaves, you can untap the welder. Holy shit. Yeah, I thought you were thought it was a pun for sure. I was like, oh god. Um all right, so here we have fetch. Yeah, that surveillance can. It's pretty sick. Both on ETB and leaves. You may tap or untap target creature. So that's very crazy in the Goblin Welder world, which I'm a big fan of. Ice Cream Kitty. Guacamole. Oh god, what is this? Okay, 3 mana. Yeah. Latamio is yeah, it's stressing me out. Summoning sick endurance. It's gonna be a rough one for sure. Think we're gonna see some card drawing. Yep. Yeah, Alexander's definitely having a big breakfast right now. Oh yeah. I'm an illusionist. Bunch of forces. Yeah, it's pretty rough one. Let's see how Alexander wants to play this one. Yep, we have an illusionist. On a nomad. Yep, he is going to, I guess, get a cradle here if he's doing something. Try and get some, make some top decks live. I guess that he would need quite a bit. I don't know if this deck is hoofing, but let's see if it is. I think so. Yeah, we do have have a hoof. So you would probably need an Allosaurus Shepherd to set it up. To get a big hoof attack in, but this is it's definitely looking tricky. Yeah, it's gonna go for natural order, which is gonna get dazed, I think. No, it's forcing. Yeah, it's not looking great for our Cradle player. So going face. Yep. All right. I think we might have a Vasa's Oracle in hand. Let's see if it's still there. If that is the case, then Graveyard Hate is not gonna feel great. Is he gonna jam it and then do his triggers? Yep. We have the Oracle. Okay. Magnus is responding, activating white. What to play here is Alexander's in the tank. Must hurt your fingers to to toggle your hand when it's that big. Oh, sure if that's gonna help. We'll see. It's Talon Gates of Mother, I think. Yes. So when this land enters, up to one target creature faces out. But I think that he can just respond by flipping his deck upside down, letting it happen, having the trigger, and get there. Yeah. Game one, to Alexander on blue-white breakfast. Yeah, when you get to ultimate Tamio, you're having a real big breakfast. A real big breakfast sounds fun in French, by the way. Un grand petit déjeuner, which means a big small meal. Okay, so let's see what they have in their sideboards. So Magnus is packing 2 Abrupt Decay, 2 Barrowgoyfs, Carpet of Flowers, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Frenzied Bailoff, 1 Gadok Teague, 1 Caracas, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 3 Snuff Out, and a Thoughtseize. And for Alexander, we're looking at 1 Brazen Borrower, 3 Consigned to Memory, 1 Flusterstorm, 2 Force of Negation, 1 Lavinia, a Piffing Needle, 1 Serenity, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Surgical Extractions, and 2 Swords to Plowshares. So yeah, we'll see what the players bring in for this one. I would suspect to see from Magnus' side, maybe the Decays. Keen-Eyed Curator is always nice to have, gets real big. But yeah, it's a bit tricky what to bring in. Thoughtseize is always going to feel great. Okay, so Bailoff. Are there a lot of ring decks in the area? We have some ring decks. I think one of the ring players is a person to beat. We saw him play on stream earlier with Ursatron. He usually, he has performed very well with that deck, so I think that might be a good one to have in there. Yeah, I would say, based from what I've seen, it's not been a ton of rings, but yeah, maybe you're anticipating a bit more rings in these settings where people love to bring decks that they sometimes not usually play. So for anyone unaware, the Frenzied Bailoff is a creature beast for a green and a green. It has this spell can't be countered, trample haste, creature spells you control can't be countered, and combat damage can't be prevented. So this is a good way to just get it in there. Freffy dropping some ring lore. We are off to the races. Basic Forest, go. If my eyes are not deceiving me, that looks like it could be an 8-pack forest. Beautiful. Could be wrong though. Alexander fetches a basic island. See if he's gonna repeat his turn 1 from last game with a Tamio. Yep. Tamio has entered the game. We have a collector oof. Just gonna put some hurt on those clue tokens, but maybe more importantly, gonna try and stop some Shuko action from Alexander. Let's see what he is up to. Yeah, looking for a Tamio flip. Yeah, looks like the snuffs were left in the on the drawing board. Is this a matchup where you would bring in snuffs, Rancor, if you were playing Cradle Control against Breakfast? Seems pretty good to be able to do some shenanigans, removing a potential good combo piece since it's an AB type deal. It's also pretty good at just disrupting Shuko if they have to go Shuko with Illusionist. It's also pretty respectable way to break up the combo. Yeah. 0 mana interaction is known to be pretty good. Hmm. So yeah, I guess that's a is that a badger mole cub? Uh yeah, it also feels maybe I missed this, but did Did Magnus sacrifice a creature for natural order? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. This looks a bit off. But yeah, I guess I guess none of the players noticed it, so I'm not really sure if there should be some type of resolution for it. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I definitely can't sacrifice Cradle. Yeah. But I guess that if you earthbend, so maybe someone who's a bit a better earthbender than me, um, wouldn't that also mean that you don't need to? Yeah, yeah, it's been too many game actions, but wouldn't that mean that the cradle should be sacrificed, even if even if it's not a valid target to sacrifice? Or does earthbending do something about that? Maybe earthbending is okay. That's good context. Um, yeah, I could go and tell the judge real quick. 1 second. All right, I am back. So, too many actions has happened since. Next time, I'm gonna go a bit faster, but the resolution for this one was both players receiving a violation. So, yep, that was the outcome of the game. Of the uh, yeah, of the sequence that was not allowed. So now I have a resolution. Both players have been warned. Failed to, what is it? Failed to maintain game state or something, and yeah, doing a game action that you can't do. Yeah, failed to maintain board state. That is correct. Yeah, that keen-eyed curator is looking. Oh, did I miss a Tamio ult? I was like, oh, I wonder if he's gonna pick something up, but then I literally saw that his hand is kind of stacked. This is 1-0. I would guess that the player who wins this game will be able to draw in the last round. I'm not sure. It's a cut to top 4. Bunch of options. Right. So adding the score to the interface to make it visible. Well, it would be easy to do if I wasn't sitting on the other side of the venue we're playing, because then I would have to run back and forth in between each game. Unfortunately. Um, so yeah, that would be great, but yeah, since it's separate computers that I'm commentating from and that we're using for the stream setup, gets a bit messy. Oh, do have snuff outs. Yeah. My main excuse, I love making excuses for myself. My main excuse is I'm a rookie commentator, so I bank on every excuse I can. It's how I roll. It's beautiful. The less I have to do. Oh yeah. Mm, mm. My bank is filled with excuses. It's beautiful. All right. So let's see how Magnus, if he can wiggle his way out of this one. Tamio alt is pretty rough. 4 mana. Oh, 4 mana. What am I saying? That's a. Wait, what? Oof. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Man, is my counting super off? What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. B. Okay, it's the badger mole. That's why my that's why I didn't read the whole badger mole. It's just like that's quite a card. Okay, we have a cabal therapy. Yep. It's looking pretty grim. Yep, there we have it. 2-0 to Alexander. That should probably put him at a very strong position to make the top 4 cut, maybe even be able to draw the last round, but let's see if he's a Chad who tries to get a good placement in the top 4 instead. We'll see. Regardless, we'll be back with more magic in round 5. Hello and welcome back to the last round of the Swiss of the Stockholm Legacy League finals. Here we have a unseen player on today's stream, but one of the two undefeated players, Erik on blue-green Omnitel, who has 3 wins and 1 draw. He's playing against Andreas on Goblin Food Chain. So none of the top tables were able to draw in the last round. So we're going to have some very exciting games to determine who is going to make the cut. I think Magnus might be out of contention, but we'll see. I think he is 2-2 right now. So yeah, I would it's gonna be tight to get in. It's a top 4 today. So yeah, it's gonna get I guess the tiebreaker gods are gonna have to be with Magnus on this one. I think I'm not sure if a top or if the standings were posted. Oh, is Erik triple sleeving? Let's see. It does look thick. As thick as that Gengar on the sleeve. So we'll see if this is a... All right. So what to think about this matchup? Erik has a long history of performing very well with Omni decks. Let's see if he can beat the Hope. on his extremely sweet deck. Yeah, there we have a turn 1 ignoble hierarch. Prismatic ending. Gonna get rid of that mana dork. Basic mountain lackey. This is gonna eat a force of will. After all of these years. Wait. Yeah, white splash. Wait, what? I don't. I might have been bamboozled. I might have been tricked. Maybe it's not blue green. Well, if it's blue white, then my intel was wrong. But we'll see. Stock up. It's a pretty good card. Especially in a deck like this, where you're either looking for the combo or have the combo. Looks like he is going to pick a force of will, maybe. Land. Mystery card I didn't see. Oof. Yeah, that's that hurts. Hurts to watch. Oh, not like this. Yeah, looks like we're gonna get some fireworks. Yep. Based on the deck list that he is going through right now, it's definitely blue-white. So disregard a G. Just imagine that it's a beautiful W instead, which I think Erik is gonna claim very soon. The game 1. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah, that's a cunning wish. Also, oh god, he's got everything. Yep. Short and sweet, game 1. Getting stuck on mana is always rough. But also, Erik handled a lot of the, well, acceleration, solving the ignoble hierarch, and saying no to the lackey. Which is a good way to. The playmat always scares me. Is it the show and tell one? Because it's a promise of what to come. All right, so looking at the sideboard of these gentlemen, we have from Erik's sideboard, we're looking at another copy of Swords to Plowshares, 2 Silence, 2 Consigned to Memory, a Surgical Extraction, 1 Echoing Truth, 1 Intuition, 1 Shared Summons, 1 Sublime Epiphany, 2 Tamio, and 3 Monastery Mentor. And having previously been on the stream, we already know the gas that Hofverberg is packing, but for a reminder, he has 3 Carpet of Flowers, 2 Lightning Bolts, 1 Pyroblast, 2 red Elemental Blasts, 1 Masked Vandal, 2 Null Rods, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Goblin Trashmaster, and 1 Fury. So I would guess that the Carpets and the Pyro slash REBs are going in. Sounds about right. Yorion Omnishow. Oh, resolving resolving an intuition with Yorion Omnishow and having to shuffle afterwards sounds like a nightmare. If it was easy, everyone would do it. Or if it was viable, maybe. It's a better qualifier. All right, so let's see how they feel about their opening hands. It's an Arid Mesa into an Ignoble Hierarch. Yeah, having played just a double sleeved Yorion Alluran at nationals was painful enough because you shuffle a lot with that deck. You have fetches, recruiters, and all sorts of problems. So like my hands were like they got ripped from just playing the deck. Some good hand exercises needed. But yeah, looks like a triple sleeve deck. I think it's all foiled out as well, so I guess that he just really wants to protect his baby. Right. We have an archive followed by a surveil. Oh, yep, that'll do it. Yeah, I guess they're resolving it, maybe calling a judge. Yeah, accidentally looking at 2 cards. 2 thick cards. Yeah, let's see. I guess the resolution could perhaps be a warning or something and reshuffle and resolving the surveil. Not really sure. But I guess the judge is gonna know what's appropriate here. Yep, looks like he's shuffling. Probably gonna have to represent his board, his deck for a cut, and then I guess he will just resolve the surveil. Okay, okay, so he got to keep the top card. Yeah, it also makes sense. Okay. Some lands, Caracas, sorts of plowshares. Let's see what's going on over in Andreas' corner here. I think I saw a food chain. It's scary to just jam, but also you want some sort of payoff. Bombardiers is also quite respectable. Suspect it's gonna eat the Swords to Plowshares. Yes, that is correct. He decides to throw his Noble Hierarch. If my eyes do not deceive me, it looks like Andreas has missed his third land drop this game as well. That makes pointing any removal, if you can find it, at that hierarch sound pretty tempting. Especially with all those force backup he has. To fetch from Erik. Let's see what he is up to. Yeah, we have a preordain. Looking for action. That a Cavern of Souls he picked up, maybe. Not sure. Yes, it does look like he has picked up a cavern. Which is pretty interesting here. There we go. Cavern on Goblin. I would assume we have a food chain, which is probably going to eat a force. 2 forces. Yeah, I guess with the cavern in play, keeping the other force is less tempting than one of the other cards. Okay, so it does look like he has found show and tell. So he could go for show and tell Emrakul here. Not sure if he has an omniscience, but definitely a bit scary. Because you don't get the cast trigger and you're playing against a deck that theoretically could be up to shenanigans as well. I think it's a bit risky, but not super risky. It's unlike doing it against Aluren. It's a bit scarier. We have a show and tell. What is that? Let's see. Trying to figure out what card that is. Oh, okay. Yeah. That is a masked vandal indeed. I guess he was anticipating an omniscience. 3 mana into a matron. What to get here? Can I get annihilated? Oof. Yep. That's lights out. Congrats to Erik. 2 quick games. Unfortunately for Andreas, this might mean that he has been eliminated. We will see. So yeah, we will be back with our top 4 when the other games are completed. Until then, don't go missing. All right, we are back. So, the top 4 players is Erik G on blue-white Omni. We have Erik K on Eldrazi Aggro, playing against Alexander on blue-white Breakfast. And the 4th player is Björn on Stiflenought. So that's our top 4. Let's see how this shakes out. Erik has been crushing all day, finished second in the Swiss with his very fast Eldrazi deck. That's going to be fun to see how Alexander's deck can combat that. So yeah, the semifinals and finals are best of 3 and 90-minute rounds. But especially, well, considering the decks that are playing, I think that we are looking at quite fast games here. Breakfast is a very fast combo deck, and Eldrazi Aggro can really hurt. And on the other side of the bracket, we have the Omnitel deck, which we saw earlier, finishing things off quite fast against the Stiflenought deck. Both pretty aggressive. So it's a very aggressive top 4. It's going to be exciting to see which ones will make it to the top. Based from what I can see on Nelson's hand there, Alexander, it's a pretty potentially lukewarm hand. Looks like he has a force with no blue card. And is that his Dread Return in hand also? Yeah, it's pretty brutal. We'll see what he can make of it. And go. We have an Eye of Ugin, Eye of Eugene. And we have a turn 2 Thought Not Seer. I think this is worthy a force, yes. Yeah, let's see if he's getting an archive here to dig a bit deeper into his deck. Seems to be the play. I'm gonna go and see if I can get a deck list for our Eldrazi player so that I can give you some sideboard speculation basis later. So I'll be right back. All right. Okay. So Alexander is going for the very strong Cauldra Complete. which is gonna do a fantastic job at saying no to some of the aggro going on here. Good morning, America. All right. Eat the force. Yeah, it's definitely. Oh yeah, tapping the equipment to attack. It's like a true gentleman for visibility. Yeah, having to hold the Reality Smasher back can't feel good. It's, probably on blocking duty. Yep. Yeah. And Alexander puts lethal on the board. Gets a Shuko. See if Erik can wiggle his way out of this one. Is it another command? Yes, it is. Don't forget about the life gain. Oh, sorry, it's not Swords to Plowshares. Whew. Yeah, the good morning message should apply to me too. Let's see what we're cooking with. Yeah, this is a good start to get rolling. I do think that the life total should be 5, if I'm not mistaken, for the Eldrazi player. Yeah. I'm gonna run and adjust the life total so they don't miss it. All right. So this is quite a respectable pressure coming from Erik. 4 mana. Another Thought-Knot Seer. Yeah, this is starting to look very tricky for our breakfast player, especially since that Dread Return is in the hand. Even an illusionist here is gonna be not really. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, with the Scion. Um yeah, give me a second. All right. So I think the judge is talking with them right now about the resolution. Um, I'm not sure. Maybe they're coming to. Uh, yeah, I'm not really sure if he made it that turn or not, but I think they were a bit unsure. Um, okay, yeah, we'll see later uh, on the playback. So we'll see, but I think they came to a resolution that it didn't matter, perhaps. So looking at sideboard. So from our breakfast player, which we have looked at before, the sideboard is 1 Brazen Borrower, 3 Consigned to Memory, which are going to be very good here. 1 Fluster Storm, 2 Force of Negation, Lavinia, Piffing Needle, Serenity, Soul Guy Lantern, Surgical Extraction, and 2 Swords Plowshares. And from our Eldrazi player, we have 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Caracas, 1 All Is Dust, 1 Null Rod, 3 Dismember, 2 Warping Veil, 3 Disruptive Flutes, and 2 Eldrazi Confluence. So this is the sideboard. of the players. Let's see how they would like to adjust. I guess that unlicensed hers can be pretty good in this matchup. I also suspect that some spot removal is good. Okay, good. Then, Freffy, the call that you made was correct then, it sounds like. So yeah. Good, good, good. Quite a fast game one. It was pretty unfortunate for Alexander there to keep keep his hand with force, no blue card, then rip it. But that chalice on one looked quite rough. And yeah, it's also the beautiful effect of playing cards like Dread Return. It's always going to find its way to your hand. It's like playing elves, where Progenitus just always finds a way to get into your hand. Speaking of Progenitus, we see Erik rocking that Progenitus playmat. So 0-1. It's going to be interesting to see what adjustments Alexander makes. So, for anyone joining, this is the Stockholm Legacy League playoffs for season 17. We are currently watching the semifinals between Alexander and Erik. Breakfast against Eldrazi Aggro. We just saw Eldrazi Aggro put up some pretty high damage output that game. It has a reputation of being able to turn most tides around. And I think Fleshraker is one beautiful card. Yeah, I agree. It's important to maintain the integrity. This is competitive. Let's see. Let's see what Alexander will be cooking with this time. So we have a go. You're not a fan of this Eldrazi. Is that it that heralds the end or something? I'm not. My Eldrazi lore is unfortunately pretty mid. Um, yeah, Lord Eldrazi is weak, so weak. It's pretty good with science, I guess. Right. Surveils a brainstorm. to the graveyard and let's see. Is there an Ursa Saga in his hand? Feels like a pretty good card to get online here, especially if he wants to get an illusionist going. Stoneforge, Mystic. It's getting the Shuko. Sounds pretty reasonable since he is sitting with an illusionist in hand. I think he has force backup. Okay, Eric's in the tank. Would definitely be tempting to try and go for a Thought-Knot Seer if the mana allows. But we are gonna see another it heralds and he's going in for the beats. And these are not the beats you cook. These are the beats that cook you. Okay. 3 mana. Yep. Here we have our illusionist and the Shuko. I guess that Eric might be sitting on a Kozilek's command, hoping to exile the Oracle or something similar. I think Alexander is going to force the decision right away. Since he has a force in hand, it's kind of tempting to say Fair Macabre or something. Yep, there we have it. Kozilek's command, which he has an answer to. So this looks like we're going to a game 3. Unless Eric finds some sort of sequencing error. Feels pretty unlikely. So let's see. He's going to sacrifice his homies to put red return on the stack, targeting Fasa's Oracle. Yep. We are moving to game 3. These have been 2 very quick games, which we sort of anticipated. Yep, fast games. Even with that judge call regarding the Scion, it's still, yeah, these guys just want to get it over with, enjoy the rest of this sunny Sunday in Stockholm. So yeah, let's see. So there is, if my eyes do not deceive me, I think that the breakfast deck list is playing 1 prismatic ending in the entire 75. So some sort of some sort of permanent removal that is non-creature is sort of limited for Alexander. Why would you want to downgrade from Magic to Bright Sun? Yeah, that's it's not for the sensitive eye people. Me being one of them. So okay, let's see. See what they bring to the table here. It was a pretty clean turn 3 win from Alexander. Let's see what they can. Oof, that looked like a pretty. I think I saw both Cabal Therapy and Caldra Complete in Alexander's hand. Not ideal. Yeah, they're both not super happy. Going down to 6. Yeah, it's easy to be a gentleman if your hand is well subpar. It's very easy to join your fellow competitor in a gentleman's mulligan. Right, let's see how healthy the next hand looks. Yes, these are both two decks that needs to get a lot of things happening quite fast, especially in this matchup. Card like Fatnatseer feels like a potentially very strong card in this matchup. Let's see. Okay, Eldrazi Temple, go. Oof, was that a wasteland? Keeps it. Flesh Raker. Yep. It's pretty good. Fref in the chat says Eric's best hand, no heralds. What a savage guy, that Freffy. Do we have a fetch? I think he updated the wrong life total there. Hopefully they see it. We got an illusionist. I'm just gonna run and correct the life total real quick. Oh, never mind. Yep. It's a lot of mana. Yep. Do we have a nomad? We do have a nomad. But do we have force backup? Or consign or something similar? Let's see. Dismember. Is this force worthy? It is. Pitch and consign. Wow. What is that? Eldrazi Confluence. So he's doing this with the nomad in play already. So I guess then he can just keep juicing. Oh, it's on the but he okay. He had already flipped free. Oh, that was from the dismember. Never mind. Yep. Tricked myself a bit there. Yeah, Eric is packing interaction. Playing out the Shuko. Yeah, they are scions. So it creates a 1/1 Eldrazi scion. Yeah. Missed trigger is missed trigger. It's getting in. Getting in for some damage. All right. Why did it take 6? It's definitely a tight spot. We have a Tameo. It's gonna stop the bleeding for a little bit. Some of the bleeding, but this is a pretty, it's looking quite rough. Got a lot of his engines online, but I think he's hellbent. Yeah, no cards in hand. Yeah, prismatic ending, a Scion. Yeah, let's see. Let's see how it's definitely tricky. I think this is looking quite bad for our breakfast player. I think he's gonna have to block 3 damage. Yeah, I think they corrected. Maybe some flesh raker damage or something similar. It's pretty tricky. It's a pretty tricky attack. You might do some nomads tricks. Let's see. Yeah, whoever wins this match is gonna play. Yeah, there are no real good tricks here. It's just it's gonna hurt. Not sure if Alexander can get out of this one. The flesh raker is flesh raking. If the last card in Eric's hand is pretty much anything. Oof. Yep. Yep. That was the quote unquote trick. Just using nomads as intended. We have, oh, was that a Coselex command? I think it's might just be lethal. Yeah, because he can just. I would sacrifice both Scions. Just go face. Yeah. GG's. Good effort by Alexander, making it to the semifinals. But the Eldrazi deck said, you must be this tall to ride, and the small creatures did not get on the roller coaster this time. But that means that we have Eldrazi Aggro. Let's see if we have the Erik mirror. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our finals. This will be Björn on blue-white Stiflenought against Erik, that we just saw make illusionist jam out of Alexander. Unfortunate for him, but fortunate for Erik. So this is for all the marbles. And I think Erik had the opportunity to go first, which sort of adds up with what Eldrazi Aggro wants to do, or well, pretty much all of Legacy. Most Legacy decks wants to do. Ooh, yeah, they're putting their mats together. That's nice. All right, so we have the Geist of Saint Craft playmat against Progenitus. These are two creatures that are both quite hard to kill, since Geist also has some built-in protection. Hard to hit. So let's see it. Do we have any predictions in chat? Who's gonna take it down and why, do you think? I am super not sure about this one. Björn is crazy with this deck. And what we just saw from Erik, he does have some tricks. Treffy thinks Eldrazi is gonna win. Well, let's get to it. This is the actual finals of Stockholm Legacy League final for the 17th league season. Right. So we have 2 healthy grips. Let's see if the players are happy with them. Might look like Björn only has a Wasteland as land. Maybe not. We'll see. No, he had 2 lands. Caracas. Oof. This guy's packing. Ripping the force, of course. Let's see. Is Thought-Knots here on ETB? Because I guess we might see one coming down here. Yep. He says, no, sir. Yep. This is still going to be a bit of a hurdle to get through since that Chalice is quite good in this matchup. It turns off the, I think, 3. Yep, that's the lucky number 3 Dreadnoughts in hand. It's not what you want to see. I think Björn is going to need a miracle because this is already starting to look very rough. Yep. There we go. Game 1. God. And we had 2 90-minute rounds, like semifinals and finals. And I don't think that it's going to be 1 hour in total for the whole top 4 to finish if they are speedrunning like this. So let's look at the options that these players have. So Eric's sideboard is 2 unlicensed Hearse, 1 Caracas, 1 Ollie's Dust, 1 Null Rod, 3 Dismember, 2 Warping Veil, 3 Disrupt the Flute, and 2 Eldrazi Confluence. This is going up against the Björn's sideboard, which is hiding somewhere. Let's see. Yep. So he has 2 Clarion Conqueror, 3 Consigned to Memory, which definitely are going in, 2 Force of Negation, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, which probably is very good here also, turning off a lot of those utility lands, but also turning off cards like Kozilek's Command, which is good. 2 Lavinia, 2 Triumph of St. Catherine, and 2 Wrath Skies. So I think he has a lot of good stuff to bring in here. So we'll see how he decides to configure his deck going into game 2.
I would say that he's gonna bring in all those cards that you mentioned.
Yep, I think the
Consign, the Harbinger, and the probably Wrath as well.
Yeah, I mean, but Triumph is also a pretty fine card here. Like, it stops so much bleeding.
Yeah, but he can't remove that many cards. He has
Yeah.
to pick and choose. I guess he brought in Triumph, it looked like, just to get a lifelink.
Yeah.
He's just
Yeah.
trying to be an
And
attacking creature, a blocking creature. But the thing is that Eldrazi is just so fast that it's gonna be rough anyway, I think.
yeah, I mean, I would expect some Tamios to go out. Doesn't feel super great because when Tamio is good, I feel that in this matchup you probably already won. But yeah, we'll see. Um, I'm not really sure what I would cut from Björn's deck, but
He
he
cut
is.
daces and stuff like that. He's
Oh yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
and
Days.
and force of negation. He's just not think that he's gonna win those races with the. I mean, you don't always have cavern, but you have to respect it anyway because you don't want to sit with a handful of counter spells when they do nothing. So you remove. He
Yeah,
probably
for
keep
sure.
the forces, but not the rest of them, just to have something. Um, to make his
Yeah.
deck a little bit more threat
Oof.
dense.
Yeah, Björn has to mulligan. He had a beautiful hand with all the cards I love to see, with which means no lands. Saw some consigns, saw some forces, all good
I
stuff.
mean, the worst card he doesn't want to face is Chalice.
Yeah,
That's the one card. But he can't have all those counter spells in anyway because they're not gonna do anything in most cases.
yeah, that's true. I think this hand looks a bit more promising as a null drifter, which is gonna put him
Yeah,
bottom.
but that's a slow
Yeah,
card also. Hmm.
yeah, he kept the Tameo, so I get that he
I mean,
understands what you like, what role you want to have in this matchup better than I do.
he's the
So let's
control
see.
player. He just wants to play lands. He just wants to answer your opponent's threat before they become relevant.
Yep, and that's a turn one Kozilek's command is gonna tell Tamio to flip off before it flips. I heard about the new skateboard card, and now I'm trying to create a movement where if a Tamio flips, it kick flips. um, all right, so there are some pretty nice cards here. I see a dress down. Uh, is that a prismatic ending too? It feels like you mentioned, Björn has a lot more. I think he's gonna play the long, trying to control the game as much as possible, and then when he survives the first onslaught, then try and see what he can make happen.
He would have loved to see a wasteland in those top three. Just setting Eric back a turn. Don't let him play a like we see now a line breaker. Just get him off balance a bit. But
Yeah,
that did not happen.
no, I think he's gonna go for a plains. Yep,
Source to Blusher.
and now I think he is gonna do the big boy move, untap, draw card, jam jam his island, and jam a harbinger. He's
It's not
gonna
a bad
bring the
play.
juicer. Yep.
I mean the worst. Those are. It's just so hard to beat. Either. I mean, even if I play red, I still don't like when they play Magus against me.
Yeah.
And this is worse because there are basically no blue cards. I'm not sure how many wastes he plays. This is less of a red card, so I'm assuming he plays waste in the deck.
Let's see.
Maybe even two wastes.
Uh, one wastes.
Mm. Yeah, you just
It's
have to hope for that one waste when you're getting when it mooned.
yeah. When you get got, it's
Yeah, it just it
feels
is
bad.
a horrible card. You need to. I mean, a lot of decks recently have been playing like one Grim Monolith just to be able to, you get a little mana ramp, but also you can play around these kind of things because then you can actually
Yeah.
draw that one also and just have 3 mana.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of times you just need to stick one cost selects command to get rid of the issue. So
Or a Flesh Raker is
depends.
also like there are
Yeah,
multiple ways to get rid of it if you get ahead of it, but once you're behind it, it's really hard.
yeah. Two back on top.
So the question is, will Eric find a waste before this is over? Because, as I said, if you have a Grim Monolith, here you have 4 mana, which you could actually untap it. So you can use the colorless mana, then you can untap it for the next turn, and so on and so on. So, I mean, a Grim is not bad to have against the Moon decks. More island.
More
I mean, it
islands.
is the best land. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of this island being a pretty good basic. But I think right now Eric's not feeling it. It's not as impressive as everyone singing its praises.
You're saying Eric's not singing his praises?
I
That's just
mean,
rude.
he has more islands than his opponent right now.
That
They're
is
not looking
true.
too impressive.
Yeah, you got a top
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah. Let's see if Björn can get up to island like parity with Eric. But Eric has 6 islands in play.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
He's
sure if
just
Eric
hitting.
like even thought of Harbinger coming in, because
Yeah.
when he, I'm not sure I would have liked to make Scions instead of Scry drawing when he killed Tamio, if he's gonna kill Tamio, just in the situation where
Oof.
he needs, you know where he got,
Yep.
but I see also that he has a lot of land, so he probably was land heavy,
Yep. This
so this is going to game 3, I believe.
yeah, this is definitely looking like a game free situation. Tamio. Yep. And we are going to game 3. So this one game will determine who's gonna go home feeling like $1 million and
Question:
who's
are they
gonna.
playing 5 rounds or 3? Best of 3 or best of 5? I know we're gonna vote for it.
Yeah, it's a best of 3.
Okay.
There was a vote, and I think it was 7 against 9.
Hmm.
So it was closer than I thought it would be. Uh, and I guess for some people, a best of 5 might be more profitable for them. I would suspect that a deck like Oops All Spells would be pretty happy about having 2 non-sideboarded games, because then you just have to squeeze 1 win out if you win the first 2. Um,
But I mean, that's the same if you're playing 3. So
yeah, but like I don't know, it feels scarier for me, anyways. This is 100% emotional argument, but uh, I feel that pre-sideboard, a lot of my decks would just get rolled by Oops, and their sideboard plan, they just need to squeeze one turn one out, 3 games in a row, where they would probably, well, they would be on the play 2 of those at the very least. So I don't know. It's scary. Feels better to just have to experience that once, which is a best of 3 scenario.
I guess
But yeah, it's like practically the same.
I'm
But I guess
actually in favor of playing 5. I think the play draw is so important,
yeah,
and playing first of 2, best of 3, just makes it the one that starts just has such a lead to begin with.
yeah, for sure.
The format is so fast, like it just getting to start 2 turns potentially, two games potentially, is just so beneficial. If you have to play to best of 3, then there can be some back and forth. There can be all kinds of, other setup than just you go, which
Oof.
is a lot of happening.
Mm. Björn did not like the Herald,
Respect the
so
Herald,
yeah, respect the
Björn.
Herald.
I'm gonna to have a talk with him next time I see him.
Yeah, I feel that for someone who saw Björn's entire world get ripped apart by one chalice on one in game one, but I'm not really sure what to make out of it. But now I think that we are going into oof.
I see us going for the Herald play.
That's pretty interesting. Going for the reality smasher.
Well, it's
It's
gonna get
getting
forced.
forced pitching Harbinger. Uh,
Was that his only blue card?
oh, that is a dress down. We, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see
Two big boys.
some big boys. Well, looks like maybe big boy singular. But
Oh,
here's
it was
comes
only
the
one.
question. Yeah, he had the option. He did have the option to play a Harbinger, I think.
Yeah.
But I think he opted for the Dreadnought, which, looking at these life totals, sort of makes a bit of sense. Wasting a Tundra.
I want to know what Eric has in hand.
It's interesting.
Is it all lands or is it like
I think
he has
it's
to have a
a
Kozilek here?
Kozilek's.
Exile a creature. Make a bunch of dudes. Or scry draw probably.
Yeah, and now I think he's gonna get Harbingered.
He didn't
Yep,
make it.
here we go. Let's see if he has that dismember.
I mean, you usually pack 2 or 3 in the sideboard. Some
Yep.
even play 4. But he got the same way. He off the top.
Did he rip it?
Yeah.
Oh, the waist. Oh
Yeah.
god.
Off
But I
the
mean,
top.
that's what separates
Or I guess he knew about it.
legends.
Did his scry draw to the bottom or top? I didn't
Oh,
I didn't think about it actually.
that's the Oculus, right? Or what is that?
Yeah. It's a 5/5 on your upkeep. Dread top. You look at 2 cards and you put 1 into play.
Yeah, it's
That's a 2/2.
it's a pretty stressful situation for Eric here.
Yeah.
I don't know what he would have to. Yep, there we go.
I think this game is
Big,
over.
yeah, big congrats to Björn and valiant effort by Eric. You don't win them all unless your name is Björn. Then apparently you win almost all, enough to become the season 17 champion.
And a good job to
So yeah.
you for doing this all day.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been Christopher Wikström. If you want to listen to some legacy podcast, I'm a co-host of Stockholm Legacy Report. It's been my pleasure to stream this beautiful tournament today, and I hope that you all have a very nice Sunday. So yeah, until next time, stay safe.